Hello. Good morning. High tides and low tides. Must take the good with the bad. Times of feast and times of famine, Mr. Clayton. The discomfort. Embrace the discomfort, Mr. Clayton. Seek after it like you do the comfort. Then nothing shall affect you anymore. Can't I just shake discomfort's hand? Oh, yes. But you know what discomfort does? Discomfort's that guy that like awkwardly holds on to your hand and doesn't let you have your hand back. And then it keeps shaking. The creepy grin. And you're like, ah, give me my hand back. Looper is the embodiment of discomfort as a character. That'd be an interesting character study. We make a character that embodies discomfort and a character that embodies comfort. Make like a little scene around them. No, I think that's idea book worthy. I like that idea. Of course, discomfort's going to be like extremely ripped in a muscle tone wise. Perhaps actually, like that build that's like really shredded but also skinny at the same time. That's probably comfort right there.
Noble ally, please accept these treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
Looper. Speaking of story time, Looper had spent her entire life on the move and wandered with a restless spirit and no place to call her own. She traversed scorching deserts and scaled snow-capped mountains, seeking a place where she could finally drop anchor. Most people sought riches or adventure. She sought only a sense of belonging, a kingdom to call home. Thank you for this amazing community. Ah, Looper. No problem. We're happy to have you. I speak entirely for myself, but I am happy to have you. I don't know about Clayton. Not so sure about that. Can't speak for him. Alright, let's see what we got here for you, Looper. Ground Basilisk Fang or Eclipse. see what it says. Thank you so much, Looper, for all your support over the years. Embrace the unknown with courage and curiosity, for it is in the unfamiliar that we find new paths to growth. That's interesting. Courage and curiosity. In fact, if you're curious enough, you don't need courage as much. Let's finish this guy off. True adventure has those necessary ingredients of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort, uncertainty, a necessary ingredient. Let's add an armature for the chimney. A piece of wire. Let's see, check my scrap wire bin. Now we need to drill in the drill bit. Ah, the drill is all the way over there, but of course. Aha! Looks about right. Okay, let's see. Where does this go? Perhaps like right here. All right. Where are my pliers? It's going missing.
Pull up some reference here. Uh-uh.
Hey, Melon. Day 2. Hello, Jack. It's like the sequence in those movies that's like day-based. I'll be the narrator for your vacation days left. Melon. Day 2. Hey, Noodle. Good morning. Noodle. Nothing butter. It's a pretty nice thing. I think it just boils down to getting a nice hot warm drink. Nice hot drink. Looper's on a roll today. Let's get a few more sips of that tea there, Looper, before we start typing again. All of it or just one? Why is the coffee always gone? Oh my goodness, loose noodle. Ah, you're an espresso machiner, huh? That's how my wife is. She has her cappuccinos. Makes herself a nice cappuccino. Hooked, yeah. It's actually really common in Europe. It's not very common to have that classic just drip coffee machine that we usually have here in the States. Nobody has it. Everyone has an espresso machine. Espresso. Hey, what's up, Paulo? I want to get a stovetop glass percolator coffee setup. I've heard a lot of good things about that. Hello. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I like how this one's turned out. We'll be making the second one today as well. This will probably be the last section we need to sculpt on this one. Here's the ones from the other side. It's a little bit more sophisticated, a little more put together individuals. Look, he's got a nice bay window. Can't even imagine the maintenance. Who the heck built this thing? Not a single plumb line. Some of the houses in Germany are like that. Some of those older cities, you'll see like literally like walls leaning like this, with like random sized boards and. I love those old kind of castle city ones where you feel like you're walking down Hogsmeade. Trying to fit square furniture in a round house. Yeah, exactly. Old man Bob's son bought an old retired school bus to try to turn it into a food truck, and that's one of the issues he has. Is that the all the food appliances are perfectly like square, and the shape of the inside of a bus has this like curve at the top, you know, so. Makes it quite a challenge. Yeah, I've seen those conversions too. Hey, what's up, trash? Thank you. Yeah, but that's like saying, what do you do when a tornado hits your house? You know what I mean? I wonder how insurance works for something like that. Is that homeowners insurance, or is that... Actually, you know, it's probably considered like RV insurance or something, like mobile home insurance. Ah, there you go. Hey, what's up, Jones? Chimney. This is isopropyl alcohol. Slightly dissolves the clay, and by kind of swirling the brush here, I'm rounding off all the edges of those little stones we just cut out, creating kind of a cobblestone looking effect. Also removing the tool marks. No, We have to do the king and the queen and the 2 bishops. That's what's left. I try to keep track of the hours going into each project. No, I don't. Basically, before I start a piece, I try my best to estimate how long things will take. But once the work actually starts, it's not about worrying about how long it'll take or the financial side. It's more, let's worry about making things look good, you know. That's the only thing that would lead to, if you worry too much about how long things take, that's gonna affect the outcome. That's what I don't want. Obviously, there's some decision making that's based on like, okay, you know, I could do a texture this way that takes a lot longer, or I could do this texture this way that doesn't take as long, and we're already overclocked on the time budget, you know. Both look good though, you know what I mean? That's the reality. Never sacrificing quality for to make things fit within a certain time. There's always a certain level of kind of unforeseen things that will happen during a project. But usually can extend the time. Also, any sort of new development or growth also adds time to a project. So those are just hits you have to take to kind of further the skill up. I think about that stuff a lot, and I always wonder why there's these certain artists out here that you've seen them doing something for a long time, but you can see that they're like plateaued, that they don't really improve. And basically I've come to that conclusion that it has to do something with them being focused on the time, not focused on the improvement of the craft, but something else, usually time or the business side, you know. It is, yeah. Learning growth is discomfort, and we naturally seek or run away from that feeling. When you're learning something or you're struggling with something, you're growing. It's just a reality. So it's easy to fall into this, like, I'm only going to do things I feel comfortable with doing. Which means not a lot of growth will be happening. I don't. No, I don't have an idea, because basically that time is going to be used for other projects me and the missus have planned. So kind of behind the scenes stuff. And so there's a lot of factors that will play into when that will start back up again. Basically, me and the missus have all these ideas of these things we want to start pursuing, but no time to do it, and Sunday is really the only time. So we have to make sacrifices, if you will. That's right. It's so easy to fall into that trash net. So I find it's easy to let's just not worry about the financial stuff and the business stuff while producing the art, and let myself worry about that before and after. When you try to force efficiency, it doesn't work out, but it does. Efficiency comes naturally. Yeah, right. Soon. Oh, did I now? Did I now, watermelon? Is that so? Mm-hmm. All right, loose noodle. Yes, Jones. I think what we'll do is we'll kind of compound it with part of our Friday ritual. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's it for this guy. Get him in the oven. Bake him, lock him in. Start working on his brother. I'll be right back. Yeah, same here. Strangely warm here, too. South of you, Quinn. It's like a spring day yesterday. Alright, so we're gonna make the, I think we'll do the hat on this fella here. The roof. I know, Quinn. Hey, awesome, Bailey. Time to get to work. Hey, what's up, Bula? Good, Bailey. That's always good to hear. Glad to have you here with us. A devious building. Not one to enter carelessly. Plato thought virtue could not be taught. What do I think, or what do I think Plato thought? Both. Plato. I think Plato would have thought that you cannot teach it. It's a total guess. Yeah, but maybe. I guess it could go both ways. I don't really know. Can virtue be taught? Plato thought it could. Aristotle did not. Okay. I think it can be. It's not so much about teaching it; it's about choice. That's what I think. I think everyone can know it. Everyone deep down inside does know it. But we make a choice. The choices usually boil down to two things: the selfish option or the selfless option. And kind of through our lives, each time we encounter these crossroads and make our choice, we're pushing our character one way or the other. Chipping away a little bit at a time. That kind of how you end up as a person isn't a product of one big choice, but a tiny little choices throughout your entire life that tip the scales one way or the other. Oh yeah. Fresh wisdom. Fresh. Two years. Yeah, no problem there, Diomedes. Which Greek philosopher was the one that said, "Let thy food be thy medicine, and thy medicine be thy food"? Thenacious. Let thy food be thy medicine, and thy medicine be thy food. Hippocrates. What a wise one that one was. He knew it was up, even back then. What are you growing this coming spring in the garden? Oh, probably more of the same thing, but better. That's always the idea. You know what I usually do? I each year I take like $20 worth, and I get new varieties and new plants to try it and grow. Do you think wizards can be late? No, impossible. So, because basically every plant yields its own seed. So once you buy a seed one time, you never have to buy that seed again, if you actually collect the seeds. $20 gets you. So each year my seed vault grows, right? My collection of plant life. Wizards can be delayed, though. That's true. Are seeds still GMO programmed to rot? Not if you get heirloom seeds are not genetically modified. Basically, what happens with seeds isn't rotting. When a seed goes bad, it's actually from oxidation. So the smaller the seed is, the less it lasts, because the quicker it oxidizes. So, larger seeds like beans and stuff like that, that's why they last for like a very long time, decades even, if stored properly, I mean, that's basically, dried beans are just bean plant seeds, basically, so. Sunflower seeds have a real thick husk, so they last a long time. What else do I have here? Got some watermelon seeds. I got a lot of seeds. We'll just say that. The collection grows each year. I gotta come up with a better system for this. Just jars of stuff. A lot of the plants that we eat, we're eating the seed of. Therefore, if we have the food from it, we can make more. Here's a show you this. This is a variety of corn that I grew that actually did really well. This is the this is the Japanese holeless corn. It's actually popcorn is what it is. See the popcorn kernels? It's got an interesting texture, but you can see the popcorn kernel. So I grew my own Japanese popcorn. I will plant this one again because it actually did quite well. A lot of corn gets pillaged, or corn is hard to. Yeah, it feels like dragging scales too. His armor is thick. Ah, there's the weak spot right there. Popcorn, that's right. It's the hole on it. The hole on the kernels is very thin. That's why it's great for popcorn. Japanese holeless corn. Yeah, what's interesting is there's a fungus that attacks corn, and it looks like let me show you. It's like the corn kernels. It looks like kind of like popcorn, but almost grayish. Let's see. It's actually a delicate. It's called corn smut. It's a disease. And when you see it growing on your corn, you're like, what the heck's going on here? Let's see if this. Let's see. Like this right here. Almost like looks like popcorn, but it's actually used in a recipe for, I can't remember, some sort of dip. I think it's either a fungus or it's a type of, I think, yeah, it's a fungus. Yeah, it's a fungus. It kind of reminds me of popcorn. But yeah, when you see it growing on your corn, some of it will develop this. It's delicious, yeah, apparently. Edible fungus. Corn fungus. Let's see, what is it made? Used in Mexican cuisine, I'm pretty sure. A plant disease caused by a pathogenic fungus. One of several cereal crop pathogens called smut. The fungus forms galls on all above ground parts of corn species such as maize. The infected corn is edible. In Mexico, it's considered a delicacy and often eaten as a filling in quesadillas and other tortilla-based dishes, as well as in soups. Corn smut. Corn tumors. Anybody want to eat some corn tumors? Just think, there was somebody out there desperate enough to eat the the weird alien growth on their corn plant. Like, I was growing this corn because I'm very hungry, and now it's growing this thing. Maybe I should try and eat it. Oh, nice, Bailey. Really nice. How is that going for you? A cereal fungus. Sounds appetizing. I can understand that it would actually be tasty because of it's a fungus that grows off of corn, you know, so I imagine it's got a lot of flavor attributes from the corn itself. I don't know. I haven't tried it, but if it grows on the corn next year, maybe I will. That's interesting. Yeah, because I noticed it grows. So in my area, or on my corn, it grew on the lower portion of the plant, like the lower parts of the corn. Like the higher cobs didn't have it. I was able to harvest those like normal. It does make you wonder how they figured these things out, right? Desperation breeds ingenuity, I suppose. Black mark or stain or soot or sooty matter. Oh, really? Clayton Smuts. A black stain upon the cnotbusch kingdom. That's right, Bailey. Yep. They're all pieces to a chess set. Necessity is the mother of invention. You know, there's this idea that a lot of the human innovation came from regions of the world that had to endure winter. I totally believe that the reason certain areas developed more than others because of that. Because of necessity, breeding ingenuity, the mother of invention. This great challenge of having to endure winter each year caused a lot of innovation. Nah, it's a bunch of like mason jars and random bags. Not really a system. I have a giant bin that I just throw all my seeds into. Hardly labeled. I really need to come up with a good system for that. I want to say even some of my seeds are out in the shed still. Overwintered. No, you don't put it in the microwave. Normal kitchen oven for 275 Fahrenheit, 130 Celsius for about 40 minutes, and then it'll harden. I'm gonna cut this some more.
Greetings, fellow adventurer. We've got everything you need
Hey,
to rest
Dutch.
and refuel.
$405 done. That's too much. Hey, Dutch, thank you so much for the 2 months, my friend. I appreciate that. If you could have one garden tool from hand tool to machinery, what would you choose? I actually enjoy hand doing the garden because it's not about efficiency. I'm not a commercial farmer. It's about getting exercise and spending time meandering around in the dirt, basically. One-eyed eyes. Let's see what we got for you here, Dutch. You are not made to be untouched, only to endure and remain kind. You are not made to be untouched, only to endure and remain kind. Interesting. To not let things turn you bitter. Wrongdoings and such. So I remember right, some of your family tree has the name Chris in it. My first name is Chris. But yeah, Diomedes, I've even had neighbors offer to let me use their like rototiller when I'm working in the garden and stuff like that. I always respectfully decline. That's the point is to do things by hand. Hey, what's up, Margaret? Yeah, of course. It's that's what heirlooms are, heirloom seeds. It's a seed that's been preserved and passed down, propagated and passed down. I need more subs. Do I need more subs or do I want more subs, Bailey? How you doing, Contraband? Chilling and working. Very good. Ah, the evening is just starting, huh, Margaret? Scary and adorable at the same time. It's a hard line to ride. Very easy to tip the scales too far one way or the other. La boo boo. So those little those little monsters, right? The newest Furby. Well, Bailey, so I sculpted this head or this face and I baked it first. Now I'm adding the roof. Then I'll bake it again, and then I'll add this part, bake it again. The whole thing goes in the oven. This allows you to move around the project a lot easier. Job interview today. Ooh. Very good. What does it smell like? Yes?
There's a person who wanted this dog here in the stream right now. I'm gonna show it to.
Yeah, Margaret is here.
Okay.
Let's see. There we go, Margaret. Your ducky. Oh, I like how you add the little piece of hair at the top.
Thanks.
Very nice. Excellent. She said, whoa. Or Diomede said, whoa.
And look.
Very nice.
Okay,
What creature is this?
it's another dog.
A dog. Okay, I was going to guess dog. Just need the nose to be black. That would make it read as dog.
Some dogs have pink noses, right?
I think so. Most of them have black noses, though.
The ones that have pointy ears, do they have black noses?
Let's see. Dalmatians, poodles. Really? Oh, Labradors. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
They do have.
Does Millie might have? Does Millie have a pink nose? I think she might. Yes, I think she has one of these like brownish. So yeah, you're right.
There's a lot of dogs with pink noses.
Mm-hmm. This one has both.
Yeah.
Husky.
So the pointed dog ears. Wait, the pointed.
Well, I don't think it's their ears that makes them have pink nose or not. It's just some breeds, some species of dog.
Oh, look now. That one's all pink next to the white one.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's probably not real.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
But
Photoshop.
that's not real.
Right.
Same as that, that's not real.
Yeah, probably not.
But it is cute. I'm gonna send that one to Mom, the one with the pink noses.
You want me to send that to her?
Yeah. And does anyone else want a troll head today?
I'm taking trollhead orders if anyone's interested.
Last time we did any troll head.
Jones wants one.
Any troll head?
MF Doomer wants one.
But what kind?
Well, what kind? Let's see.
Troll heads are only living creatures, right?
Usually. Usually it can be any kind of character or creature. Jones says the most powerful creature on Lincoln Island. That's what he wants a troll head of.
really, I don't think I can have the most powerful creature because there's not a most powerful creature in Lincoln Island.
We haven't figured out what the most powerful creature is.
Because there's other spots with more castles, with like
Jones always doing
the
this.
most powerful creature of the water land, the water area on Lincoln Island, the most beach.
Well, how about this? How about you just design a powerful creature, not the most powerful, but just a strong creature. How about that?
Okay.
And then MF Doomer says, I'll take a dog trollhead.
Okay.
Yeah. So a dog and a powerful Lincoln Island creature. All right.
Bye.
Bye. You guys. Jones, I think you always trigger Emma this way. You're always overshooting with your ideas. All right, Bailey. Catch you later. Thanks, Bailey. Jones is you're cornering her on her Lincoln Island lore. By choosing the most powerful, you're forcing her to declare what the most powerful creature is. The thing about Lincoln Island is it's still open. It's an open book. It's still mysterious. Okay, can't get into specifics. Jones wants the concrete lore hammered out. What was the one with the map? Trying to think what your original request was for the map. Oh, of the whole island. Yeah, see, same idea. You're trying to you try to get her to establish the entirety of the lore. But that's the thing, is it's in development. Yeah, see? You can't know what the whole island looks like because the whole island isn't developed yet. Jones. The idea of what Lincoln Island is greater than what Emma's mind can come up with now. That's why it has to remain ambiguous. Not fully described. Mysterious. Oh yeah? The never-ending story. Oh yeah, you're right. That's very similar. I can't wait till she's ready for never-ending story. Hey Ernesto, how you doing? Well, you know, I have to give her credit. She's actually very good about picking up. That definitely comes from her mother. She really instilled those habits into her. Estias. I use a type of polymer clay called Cas clay. Welcome. You can't be the most powerful creature, Jones. You will be humbled. You will be humbled, Jones. Yeah, same. Same for me, Bula. I use medium firm and extra firm, mostly. Bit of both. You know, it really is easy. All you gotta do is go check out my 10-step program. Sign up for the program. Costs 3 low payments of $59.97. And you too can be sculpting very easily. Just kidding. Classes are free and it's not easy. That's the reality. But nothing that is easy is worth doing. Embrace the challenge. Endure it. Everyone that's gotten where they're at. Nobody that has skill in any field has not embraced the challenge or endured the hard learning part. $59.97. 3 easy payments.
happened?
Listen
Hey, look at
closely,
that.
traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
Ah, S. Diaz, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to the cnotbusch Kingdom. Thank you for your support. Oh, Looney Learner. How you doing? Good day to you. Contraband. Welcome back. You've endured the hardship of the meeting. Congratulations. You know, there's not really a one-stop shop for the tools, you know. I believe we have some stuff linked on Discord, if you go to Discord. But basically, it's like a mod mix-mashed random assortment of objects that I've kind of collected over the years. Also, it's not super important that you get the exact same tools that I have, that you just kind of get yourself one of those starter packs that kind of has an assorted amount of tools, and then kind of start from there. That's right. There's like, you know, there's probably, you know, categories of tools like shapers. Like right now I'm using what would be considered like a shaper. Something to kind of move the clay around. And there's like detailed tools. Tools for doing, specifically for doing detail work. I mean, to be fair, this one I used the most was from a starter pack that I started with. Of course, it's changed over the years, but that is where it came from. It's not like other crafts where there's like this like elite set of, I mean, there are like really high quality sculpting tools out there, but it's not like it's not like wood carving where you need a nice set of chisels, you know. You can basically just use like a dried out ballpoint pen and do things that people can do with higher quality tools, you know. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, cool. Now you're all grown up and you're a dentist? Dang. Am I getting old or what? Cool. Yeah, just get like a multi-pack that has like a lot of the wooden shapers, you know? And then get a pack of these like ball styluses. You know, you can just look at ball stylus. They come with like different ends. This one I use a lot. It's from the it's a wax carving set. I look the same. Well, I guess that's a good thing. I suppose that's a good thing. That's funny. I knew this time would come when all the youngsters that used to watch me all grown up and getting big jobs. Good. Very good. There's probably some tools from the dentistry field you can just use for sculpting, I would say. You probably have access to better tools than I have access to, thanks to your field. There you go, Diomedes.
It's a little tool for texture. This one.
Yeah, well, you're on the road. On the road. 2 years in. That's good. Keep up the good work, my friend. Oh no, you're good. You've been watching me since you were a child. You're basically my son. I must read your long messages. Daddy's proud. Daddy's proud of you. Keep up the good work, my son. William, is that you? Have you changed your stars, William? Who goes there? Are you still a Thatcher? Because I have a hole in the roof. I need fixing. Come give your old man a hand here. Oh yeah, I can see that gravity. Yeah, I do one-on-one sessions with people. It's kind of like a digital apprenticeship. I'm open to physical apprenticeship, but you must house me. We live in the opposite reality where the apprentice houses the master instead of the other way around. I got a futon. I have a family of 3, so gonna need more than a futon. I got 2 cameras. So I got this camera right here. This is the Razer Kaio Pro Ultra. And then this camera right here is the Sony 5100. It's a DSLR. Then that camera right there is an AverMedia. That one probably needs to be, I mean, it's good enough, but that'd be the next on the list to be upgraded at some point. Do you have a specific lighting you're very happy with? It's kind of like a mix of various things. You know, we got some tinfoil light over there. So probably the two main lights are the Elgato sells lights. I ended up getting those through a kind of a partnership through Elgato at one point where they gave me a bunch of free stuff. And they're nice. It's like I've used the light that's in the room, and then I got two of the like Edison bulb type lights, and then two of the Elgato kind of ambient lights, and then a couple of lights to balance out the green screen. So it's not really like an official system. It's just, you know what the best thing to do, I think, for lighting, honestly, is to just get, go to the hardware store, like Menards or something, and they sell like, where it's like literally a light bulb screw in with a cord for real cheap. You just get a bunch of those, and then get a nice big power strip with an on-off switch, and then you hook up all the lights to that power switch, and then when you're done working, you can just hit the one button. It turns all of them off, all the studio lights. There's really no reason to get like super big, crazy, fancy studio lights, in my opinion. Although it probably is nice, it's just not 100% necessary. Balancing lighting can be a really tricky thing, for sure. Yeah, you'll spend way less just getting those lights that way. And then you get a bunch of different kinds of bulbs with different colors of light, and then you can really kind of play around with your lighting setup. You know, get some warm light bulbs, cooler ones, different wattage. I don't sell my work after. It's already sold technically. It's most of the work I do is commissioned. So people or companies contact me and they request specific things to be made. And that's what I make. That's what ultimately decides what I make. Lighting gels. What's a lighting gel? Hey, awesome, Ace. Well, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing my work with your friends. I appreciate that. Oh, I see. Like a kind of like a color slide. Yeah, a lot of the times I'll tape parchment paper over just regular bulbs to create like a diffused light effect. All right, Diomedes. Catch you later, my friend. Louis. I've been doing this for about 15 years. Consistently for about 15 years. 13 of which, or 14 at this point, have been on live on stream, actually. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, what's up, Corey? Bruda. We saw you and Ryan diving into the deep end of the pool there. Came in it up yesterday. The adventure has begun. Mm-hmm. The clay that I use generally dries very quickly. What can I do for that problem? Switch to this clay. Problem eliminated. If you can, obviously, make the best of what you got. If that's the only clay you can get. I imagine you're using some form of air dry clay. Just straight up missing, huh? That's not good. Well, that's not good. I'm sure he has no idea where they're at. Check pockets. Start looking at all the other residents, seeing if anybody's got a new smile. Or a smile that doesn't quite fit. Procreate putty. Any good? I have no idea. Never tried it. What is that? I feel like I've heard of it before. Green stuff. Procreate putty. It's been discontinued. On the 31st of December 2023, the Craft Mark Company ceased all operations and closed up shop. Though appear to still be paying for their website on the 23rd of July 2024, Timothy Mayer, the owner of Craft Mark, posted a reply on his website that Procreate Putty has been discontinued. So even if it is good, I wouldn't get into it because you're not going to be able to get it anymore. So it's an epoxy clay. Procreate Putty is a type of epoxy clay. So it's different than what you'll see me using here. Basically, with epoxy clay, you mix two components together and you add them to your sculpture, this clay, and then you sculpt with it, and then it's slowly curing. You usually got about an hour to work with it. So you kind of work with it in layers and sections that you can finish within an hour. And that's the way you work with that material. In my experience, the epoxy clays they are useful to work with, but they're not as comfortable to sculpt with as something like a polymer clay. So it's much more controlled and easier to manipulate the material. Most epoxy clays feel like you're sculpting chewed bubble gum. It's the best way to describe it. Like you took a lump of really overly chewed bubble gum and you're trying to like detail it. Just not fun. All right, let me go grab the guy I got in the oven out and get some coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. Got this guy out of the oven. Looking good. Just a regular household oven. That's right. Corey, I don't know if you're still there, but the vintage story is calling our name. Oh, really? What's the date? Is winter already settling in? "15 snowing, water's freezing." Late October, okay. Actually, I wonder, does a separate oven from the food kitchen, right? No, it's the same oven. So COS, the word COS, C-O-S, stands for curable oven safe. It's actually totally safe to put in the oven, same oven that you cook your food in. It's a non-toxic substance. Oh. So the fish do not die in the game when winter comes. They can be found and hunted year-round, even under the ice. So we should probably just leave them. It's earth, not plastic. No, it's actually plastic, technically. It's technically a PVC. It's a polymer. No, you don't do it at the same time. Nor would you, because the temperature you bake this stuff at is too low to really cook food. Cooking temperatures would be way too high. Okay, so that's good, Corey. We can just leave those fish there and then go get them when we're in a desperate time in the winter. Oh, really? Well, I wonder if we can just dig down. I wonder if we can dig it down and have like a little food storage. If it only goes... Interesting. We need to find salt so we can start doing salted meat. Preserve all our hunted meat for wintertime. Yeah, so I think that's where we find the salt, in the caves. I wonder if it can be mined. Find a big salt mine deposit. Nice. Yasin. Thank you, Yasin. It's in the desert. Oh. We must establish the salt trade lines. It's the first thing that happens in society. Salt trade. Me and my brother Corey are playing this game called Vintage Story, which is like hardcore, realistic Minecraft. It's the best way to describe it. It's very detailed, very real, how you have to do everything. Like you don't just punch trees to get wood blocks, and you don't make wooden axes and stuff. Like, it's hard to describe. You just gotta look into it. It's just really really detailed survival. You never played Minecraft? Oh, okay. Anyways, we're about to approach our first winter, which is going to be rough. We're probably going to exist living off of cattail roots or something. I found a bunch of peat that I dug up to use as fuel to stay warm, and then we got a whole stockpile of cattail roots as an emergency food source. We'll see if we make it. Oh, loose noodle. I didn't see that yesterday. Good folklore. Well, so one of the things we checked out while we were in Germany was we went to the hometown that the Brothers Grimm grew up in. And there was a museum there, and it was interesting to see that the Brothers Grimm were inspired by Arabian Nights. 1000 Arabian Nights, so what it's called? which 1001 night. Let's see. Yeah, 1001 Nights is a collection of Middle Eastern folk tales compiled in the Arabic language during the Islamic Golden Age. So they were inspired by this idea that somebody went around and collected all the folk tales and stories and compiled them into like a large book. And so they did the same thing for that region of the world. And that's why we have the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, is them going from town to town in the Germanic European regions, collecting the folk tales, the stories, and compiling them together into what we know as the Brothers Grimm. So they were directly inspired by this. So probably a good one-stop shop is to check out those two. That's gonna be a big, and I'm sure every region of the world has somebody that decided to go around and compile a text that's like where they actually went. You know, you can see with the Brothers Grimm, it shows you like a map of the like kind of the tour that they went on to get all these stories to collect them together. And you know, so 1001 Arabian Nights, 1001 Nights is one. And then Brothers Grimm. Grimm Fairy Tales, what it's called. A collection of German folk tales most famously compiled by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm. First published in 1812 as Children's and Household Tales. The collection, which includes iconic stories like Cinderella, Hansel and Gretel, Snow White, and Rapunzel, grew from 86 to over 200 tales by the 7th edition, preserving oral traditions and becoming cornerstone of Western children's literature. Yeah, but they were inspired by specifically the Arabian, the 1001 Arabian Nights, and a few others, but also, I believe they were really deep into mythologies, like, religious mythologies and stuff like that too, which seems to be the root of most of the fantasy realm is deeply rooted into, you can go all the way back to even like Sumerian religious lore and stuff like that. Xenotos. Hello. You could also look into modern things like cryptids. Could be very inspiring. It's like our modern folklore. Some Appalachian mountain stories and stuff. There's a book I have made that was compiled by this fella named David Politis, who is an investigator of missing persons at state parks. And he made a book that is literally just newspaper articles from like the 1600s to current day of like a strange phenomenon being reported, and it's just that's all it is. The whole book is just newspaper article clippings, and that there could be definitely some good inspiration in there too. You know what, let me see. I can read that. I always think it's interesting though. I think the earliest one on here. See, these are the kinds of books when I find, I'm like, ooh, I want to have that in my collection. Where is it? The Brothers Grimm here. These books are really good too. Oh, here's Celtic Tales. Fairy tales and stories of enchantment from Ireland, Scotland, and Brittany and Wales. I'm sure there's some good ones in there. Let me see here. There's these books made by... These are interesting. This is the Book of Giants, written by devised by David Larkin. Oh. This one right here, this is a nice one. I really like this one a lot. It's basically like, it's got really cool illustrations in it, but it's all the stories of giants spread out throughout all human history into different, kind of descriptions and stuff. It's so funny. I love stuff like that. So it's all the stories of giants throughout human history kind of compiled into one book with all the various depictions and ideas. Yeah, this one's one of my favorites. Giants, devised by David Larkin. You have to get this used. You can't get it new anymore. So, 1979. And then there's also one called Trolls and Fairies, made by Froud. Brian Froud. Ah, there it is. This one. This is archived articles from 1680 to 1923. Second edition. And it's just all articles, news articles. Let's go back to it's all chronological. So the earliest one, article came from the book Wonder in the Sky by Jacques Vallée, September 17th, 1680. The article says, a large black cloud-like mass landed in a field releasing a huge hair-covered being that was seen briefly and disappeared. That's it. That's the earliest one. Pretty interesting, right? February 1st, 1784. An account of a wild man given by M. Leroy. This one is Bigfoot, Wildmen, and Giants by David Politis. It's basically all articles, news articles of strange anomalies like that, all compiled, and that's all it is. There's no author writing or anything. It's just simply dates and article clippings. It's really cool to flip through. Definitely gets the creative juices going. This one's a good one. I had to have these trolls. Same idea, just all the stories of trolls scattered throughout human history. This one's a really big one. Ugh. And filled with artwork. Now, Brian Froud, I think that's how you say his name. He was the main illustrator that designed all the characters from Dark Crystal. He was like the main concept artist for Dark Crystal. That's what kind of got me into his stuff. And him and his wife work together, just like me and my wife. She's actually a sculptor, I think. She does illustrations too, but... Cool. I have their one that's for fairies too, which is pretty cool. Lots of good books out there, that's for sure. I have a little library. Oh, oops. It's basically a collection of books like that and mushroom and plant knowledge books. All right. Anyways, back to work. Books are the perfect knowledge preservers because they are a physical paper document, can't be altered or gotten rid of unless you get rid of all of them. A book is like the first blockchain, really, if you think about it. Because you can't just alter one copy of the book. Because all the other copies would kind of keep things in check. Does that make a printing press a crypto mine? No. Each copy of the book is like a computer on the ledger. The book itself is the actual currency, the knowledge inside the book. And all the printed copies of such a book are the ledger. Oh, a fairly substantial library running out of room. Have to be selective on what you have there. Can't have it all, that's for sure. I'm sure there's objects in your book collection that probably could move on, make room for other things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are the ones worth hanging on to. Your entire game collection. Or like a physical game collection. Ah, I see. Yeah. You know, stuff is a burden, to be honest. Especially if it's something you're not really using. Just can be taking up space and just being a burden. Nostalgia is the kicker. You feel the full burden of your stuff on moving day. That's the Oh yeah. Polly's got some stuff. All right, Armor. Thanks again for the sub, and have a good one. But yeah. I could see that being nice. So what do you do? Like part of your day standing, part of it sitting? Yeah, I definitely do most of my days sitting, but it's a constant trying to counteract type of thing. Yeah. It'd be hard. I couldn't use the same camera setup, I think, if I was standing. It'd be too chaotic, but you know, something like this would be okay. Yeah, they all get stamped with my my initials, which is kind of also my logo. This right here, the CN. Hidden in plain sight.
Noble ally, please accept these treasures as a gift for your unwavering service to the kingdom.
No. No, it's not going on every chess piece. Maybe there's something we can do on the bottom. Possibly. Countersink a hole or something. Lali, thank you so much for the 66 months. Yeah, the N is right in the middle. See? Bad blood. Oh. Where did it go? It disappeared. The troll heads have a CN sticker, yeah, at the bottom. Or like a, yeah. We'll probably do something similar to that on the bottom of the chess pieces. The dice are fair. It is we who gamble with our choices. Ooh. Interesting. The dice are fair. It is we who gamble with our choices. Don't hate the game, hate the player. Right? Any good stories about projects in which you initially misjudged weight distribution and the initial sculpt was top heavy? That happens. That happens actually a lot, but all you do is you extend the base. So that actually happens fairly frequently. It happens a lot less frequently with the sketching phase now, but yeah, you just extend the footing or extend the base. It's not too difficult to do. I think that's wise. That's what bottled wisdom gets you. Bottled wisdom. Hola. They speak Spanish in Chile, right? Hola. Hi, guns. Gracias por la miren. Am I saying that right? Probably not. Thank you for watching. Mira. Mira aquí. Spanish in Chile. Okay. Cool. Well, glad to have you here, my friend. Look here. Yeah, mira aquí. Mira afuera. Look outside. Bienvenido. Bienvenido. Buenos días, amigo. Aquí. Feliz. Feliz cumpleaños. Navidad. Nah. Nah. Don't get that song stuck in my head. At least Dia de Lincoln Island. Muy bien, Jones. Muy bien. No, she's. They were baking last I checked. Arroyo. El rey de textura. No. Negatives are... I believe on Friday we finished the first wing. It's completely done. That's where we left off. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it as well. So basically, we'll be getting that second wing on there, and then armor, and finishing the base is all that's left after that. Pretty far along. I would say it's one of my best dragons yet. No bias on that one, right? That's right. Right. It doesn't dry. You need to bake it. You have to cook it. It takes about 40 minutes to cook. All right. That can go in the oven. Lock it in. And I think we'll poke around on the maybe get that goblin in the oven too. Yeah, how much depth that adds by removing the supporting material. When you guys are working on your projects, always keep that in mind. Never sculpt something that's just floating in the air like that. You know, always just pack clay underneath it and then just at the very end, just remove it. Makes a world of a difference once you get on that way of thinking. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Hey, core dropper, all your dragons look cool. How do you know which one is best? You died. I don't. Hey, what's up, mycelium? family. Quite a sophisticated name for a goblin. Having a fun time over there in my mycelium. So much room for activities.
Listen closely, traveler, to what I say. Twitch Prime does not even cost a dime.
That seems to need good moisturizer. It's his armor. His thick skin. Hi, Coots. Thank you for the 8 months. Hi. Hey, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Plus, keep in mind we're laying the skin texture down a lot more rough than it will be in its final form. Go over all of this with a alcohol brush to tone it down.
Dried her tears, these 4 years gone, on my grave the setting sun. Be still, my dear, don't cry, for soon you will be at his side. Dark was the night, its wings were red, spread across the sky, o'er thousands dead. Be still, my dear, don't cry, for soon you will be at her side. Death is no man, death is no wraith, death is a bird flying. Death is no man, death is not fate, death is a bird flying, flying. In that one night
Hello, DZ.
Death is no man, death is no wraith, death is a bird flying. Death is no man, death is not fate, death is a bird flying, flying. We think of death unholy end, but I will take you home again. In the night you pray, in the night I fly and sing to you, death's lullaby.
Yeah, this is a minion from the game Overlord. This is kind of a secondary character. This is not part of the chess set now. No, we kind of finished up our work for the chess set today. Just putting a little bit of texture down on this before I get out of here. So. Yeah, I don't bother changing the title if it's not going to be for that long. Can't be bothered. I'm live on the main chat's going to be on Twitch, there, Apaches. I'd say the second viewership wise is going to be YouTube, and then after that is Kick, and then Facebook. But definitely Twitch is my kind of my main home base, the main place. And awesome, great to hear. Getting back into it. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, I go live on Facebook. It's not really, it doesn't really do much over there. Facebook's probably the least foot traffic. But I mean, it doesn't take any extra effort to go live on all the other platforms, so. Might as well. Oh, there you go. Yeah, YouTube and Facebook are great for, especially because a lot of people don't really know what Twitch is. But most people know YouTube and Facebook, so. Thanks, Gravity. Well, you're about to see, I did make the cuts too deep. Really rough, and you see all these little bits of clay, and now watch. This next step is what's going to bring it all together. Take a brush here. We take isopropyl alcohol. This is 91%. And we're just going to brush the surface with the alcohol here. So see the difference between this over here and that. do, we just do that all over here. Hmm. So you can see how rough the detail is here too. Just get in there and you brush with the flow of the lines. That'll kind of preserve them or keep them. So you start off really rough and you brush until it's right at the right level that you want. That's when you stop brushing. It's kind of like blending. Nice mycelium. Very good. It is, yeah. I mean, the process the brushing can do would take a long time to do it any other way. To get the effect. It's a good process to get familiar with. To exploit. Maximum exploitation. Oh yeah, you can definitely use different like coarser bristled. I use coarse bristled brushes to add like texture. Sponges, yeah, you can do all kinds of different things. I haven't really adopted the use of a sponge, but it certainly can be played around with that idea. I do have these brush bristles that are really coarse. And when you brush with them, they leave behind brush strokes, which you can use to develop even finer texture, especially for things like cloth. The water just does, water does not dissolve the material because it's oil based. There's no water soluble compounds in the clay, but there are alcohol soluble ones. That's right. Yeah. So if you're using a water-based clay, you could do the same process with water. Right. Coffee-based clay. Ever challenged myself to do one like a life-size piece? No. I would take on the challenge of a life-size piece, but I won't take it on out of my own pocket, if that makes sense. A project of such magnitude would require funding. Else I would end up homeless before reaching the end of it. Basically, I can't afford to spend hundreds of hours working on something without being paid for it. I don't have that kind of time. Not enough equity for such things. Half a year? Yeah, probably. Maybe, depending on what it is, you know. Year to a half a year of production. Very fine, detailed 8-foot avatar, like from the movie. Yeah, that'd probably take a whole year, possibly. Maybe 6. I could see 6 months if that's all I'm working on. Well, Mr. Mank did a life-size piece for Larian Studios. I wonder what his total production time was. Well, yeah, for something that big, material cost is definitely something worth being very considerate of. 'Cause I'm sure it adds up. I suppose that's the complication with, you know, if I miscalculate the cost of materials on something smaller, it's less impactful. I get to learn from that mistake without it costing me a lot. But on something larger, you miscalculate the cost on stuff like that, and you're really putting yourself into a big hole, you know, so. Makes it harder. I mean, it definitely makes it harder to jump into that realm. Definitely not something to do willy-nilly. Do you bake these afterwards or per? Yeah, no, they all get baked and hardened and then painted. So I do one-of-a-kind pieces or one-offs. This material hardens. Could you even separate it enough to bake it? You know, I've often thought if I would... So there's different ways to make life-size pieces. A lot of the ways revolve around kind of mold making, large-scale mold making. But I've contemplated if I would actually try to make it out of polymer clay. I feel like it could... To be able to skip the molding process would be a pretty advantageous, especially for something so large. I think I probably would be crazy enough to attempt it out of cast clay. Just have to have a really well planned out frame that comes apart. Maybe even build some sort of a custom oven that's very large. Smoker shack, yeah, exactly. Because realistically, the temperature to bake the clay is not very high. Not hard to achieve. I could essentially take a metal box and stick a heat gun, like drill a hole in the side of the box and put a heat gun in there. And it'd probably be enough to get the temperature high enough to bake it. If that makes sense, you know? Like, it doesn't need to be a crazy setup. So some sort of like makeshift large baking space. You know, just have it outside. Some sort of heating element. Sorry guys, cosplay sold out again. Mr. Cena has another life-size project. Well, I know for a fact, I know that there's another producer of polymer clay, Bees Putty, made by this guy named Mr. Stefan. He's a sculptor himself. He made a life-size piece out of his clay, which is polymer clay as well. So I just know it's It's not something that would be out of the question for sure. And I believe if we like analyze the cost, it probably is about the same, if not maybe even a little bit less to do it out of polymer clay. Because if you think about it, so the other route to sculpting a life-size piece, one of the other routes is you sculpt it out of something like monster clay or Chavant, and then you make a life-size mold and you cast that out of silicone or whatever. That's all very expensive stuff, so. And you're buying materials for the sculpting step and the next step, which is the molding, the casting, whereas if you did it out of something like this, you would just be, once it's baked, it's locked in, it's done. There's no more additional steps, you know, which takes away from the time as well, not just material costs, but also time. Hey, Kali. Yeah, same to you. Yeah, I was in Germany in the fall, about middle of October to middle of November, and it went well. Really nice trip. It was a good time, for sure. Always good to spend time with family. Yeah, I believe it does have German origin there, mycelium. Yeah, I'm confident I have the ability to do it. It's just the ability to do something that's life size is there. It's the yeah, like I said, having someone to fund such a quest would definitely be necessary. Not something I'm just gonna jump into willy-nilly. Okay, well, this is looking pretty good. I actually think we can bake him. Lock it in, and I'll be able to sculpt the lower body. Do animation companies reach out to me for my craftsmanship? No, the only companies I work with are ones looking for promotion. Usually games. More for the social media side of what I do, not for the actual sculpting. The sculpting is part of it, but basically it's like the way it works out is a company is launching a game and they have a budget to promote the launch of said game. Well, what companies have started to do is they started to hire content creators to create content to promote the game instead of paying tons of money for TV commercials. They use content creators. So for me, it's really easy. I can just take a character or creature or something from the game and sculpt it and document the sculpting of that character. And then the company gets promotion for the game release in the form of these videos of how I sculpted their character. And then in the end, they get the actual sculpture. So it's kind of it's a sweet deal. So that's kind of how it's worked out with all the companies I've worked with. So I've never worked with a company in outside of that kind of scope. So it's more just social media production, clever advertising, if you will. So it works out good. And those jobs are nice because they pay me for my sculpting, but they also pay my wife for all the work she does with the video editing, and they pay for all the work involved, not just the sculpture. So like when I'm doing work for just an individual, they're just paying for sculptures to be made, not for such number of sponsored streams or when we make the reels on Instagram and all that work behind that. It's just us using that content to grow our social media. So, but it's not paid, you know what I mean? It's not like there's no paycheck at the end of that work. That's kind of the way your mind has to shift when you start working for yourself, is that there's going to be a lot of work you're doing that doesn't necessarily add up to like dollars and cents, It kind of does, like, obviously by growing social media, it can get the attention of people that might tune into the stream to support my work or commission something to be made, or get the attention of a company because we have the numbers that they want to do the job. So, but it's not like, you finished this number of video production, you get such and such payment, kind of thing, so it's like very indirect, Yeah. All right. Do I know Cosplay's email? I don't. I'm sure they have it on their website though. I get in touch with, when I get in touch with Arnold, I either call him or I have him added on Facebook. So, but I'm not going to give his Facebook out. So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me this morning. I'm going to get out of here. We'll get this baked in the oven. This evening we'll be working on a portrait sculpture. I imagine we're going to be seeing it with fresh eyes, or we're going to have to do some major surgery and moving around features. So we'll kind of head into the evening with that nice mycelium. We'll head into the evening with the fresh eyes effect right away, and we're going to want to make drastic changes at the very beginning before our vision starts to get jaded. So anyways, that's what's on the platter for tonight. Tomorrow we will be painting the anime character, so make sure you guys tune in tomorrow if you want to see some painting. Specifically, doing a lot of airbrush work. I think basically I'm going to be trying to do as much with the airbrush as I can, and then probably passing it on to the missus for the final touches. But we're going to try to do as much to get that kind of nice cartoony cell shaded look with the airbrush. So okay, let's find someone to raid, and I'm going to get on out of here. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining me. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you all later. Let's see here. Let's see. Beth Freeman. You know what? Let's go raid Beth. Beth Freeman, artist. Looks like doing some painting. All right, Mr. Deagle. All right. There we go. Till next time, friends. Bye bye.